dear Rector of the University of Cyprus, dear Head of Department of Byzantine and Modern Greek, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, students, and friends. Welcome to the concluding conference of the Network for Medieval Arts and Rituals. My name is Andrea Andreou. I am the Scientific Project Officer of NetMAR, and I'll be the chair for today's networking conference. NetMAR is an international interdisciplinary network housed at the University of Cyprus and the newly created Center for Medieval Arts and Rituals. During its 3-year duration, from 2021 to 2023, NetMAR has brought together the University of Cyprus, the University of Bamberg, and its Center for Medieval Studies, and the University of Southern Denmark and its Center for Medieval Literature. The network was generously funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. Before we move on to addresses by our distinguished guests, some housekeeping information. Please note that this session is being live streamed. I ask all our speakers to mind the time. It's a packed program and we are running on a tight schedule. I am honored and delighted to welcome our first speaker, Professor Lina Kasianidou, the Deputy Minister of Culture of the Republic of Cyprus.
Honorable Rector, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I'm here with you today in a familiar place among colleagues and friends to address the concluding conference of the Network for Medieval Arts and Rituals, an event that serves as a testament to NetMAR's dedication to the exploration of medieval arts and rituals and its profound contributions to our cultural heritage, highlighting the commitment exhibited by this exceptional network. And it's particularly a pleasure because I was there when Stavroula won the project, so I'm very happy to see coming full circle. NetMAR, as an international interdisciplinary network, has achieved the feat of uniting scholars, researchers, and students from diverse backgrounds in their shared pursuit of unraveling the intricate tapestry of medieval culture. It occupies a pivotal role in enhancing and further promoting the internationally renowned field of medieval studies in Cyprus. Allow me to seize the opportunity to congratulate NetMAR for actively engaging in Cyprus's vibrant cultural events and extending its reach by offering educational and enrichment programs to students, researchers, educators, and professionals within the realms of education, culture, and tourism. It is essential to acknowledge that the network's impact extends beyond the confines of academia, forging a stronger and more meaningful connection between our society and its medieval cultural heritage. NetMAR's commitment to the preservation and dissemination of Cyprus's rich medieval heritage, encompassing both tangible and intangible aspects, is undoubtedly a source of immense pride for the university. The Deputy Ministry of Culture supports events of this nature, which provide opportunities for the exchange of invaluable insights and forging new connections. Moreover, they enable us to deepen our collective understanding of medieval culture and actively contribute to its preservation and dissemination. Before I conclude, I would like to refer to NetMAR's remarkable achievement in securing significant funding from the European Union Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program, and especially to the coordinator of the project, Dr. Stavroula Konstantinou, who has managed the project so well and brought it to today's successful completion. This accomplishment not only highlights the network's excellence, but also underscores the paramount significance of the personal dedication and hard work that is required by all those involved to complete its mission in preserving and promoting our cherished cultural heritage. Allow me to reiterate my sincere congratulations to the network and its esteemed organizers and the esteemed organizers of this workshop. I extend my best wishes for your continued endeavors, and particularly those related to the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage. Your work is of utmost importance, and I commend your dedication to this noble cause. Thank you very much, and I wish this conference every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Katsianidou. NetMAR would not have been possible without the support of the universities of Cyprus, Bamberg, and Southern Denmark. I would now like to invite Professor Tassos Christofidis, Rector of the University of Cyprus, for a short address.
Dear Minister of Education, I omit the junior minister or deputy minister because in Cyprus we don't have deputy ministries. We have ministries, but because of a constitutional problem, when you want to create a new ministry, you call it the deputy ministry. So essentially, she is the Minister of Culture. So, dear Minister of Culture, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the University of Cyprus and to the concluding conference of the Network for Medieval Arts and Rituals, a project that has brought together scholars, researchers, and students from different countries, institutions, and disciplines, and has reached out to various stakeholders. Since establishment, NetMAR has inspired a step change into the study of the Middle Ages in humanities, while it has also pioneered a new approach into the study, preservation, and promotion of European cultural heritage. The project has promoted research and innovation in Cyprus by activating a dynamic transfer of knowledge, of training, and of exchange of good practices between the University of Cyprus and two international leading partners from European countries. Under this flourishing collaborative roof, NetMAR's early-stage researchers, as you will shortly interact with them, have played an active role and have significantly advanced their skills in areas such as collaborative research, interdisciplinary approaches, and comparative study of the Middle Ages. The University of Cyprus is an ambitious, growing, and outward-looking university. It is proud to have been able to support and embrace this network. As a coordinating institution, the University of Cyprus was able, through NetMAR, to strengthen medieval studies in Cyprus. We are delighted to have partnered up with the University of Southern Denmark and the University of Bamberg, two partners with a successful track record in high-quality, innovative, interdisciplinary, and collaborative research in medieval studies. In addition to cherishing academic and research excellence, NetMAR has managed to create ongoing cooperation with tourism and cultural enterprises in Cyprus and around the world to turn the project outputs into public and profitable knowledge on the one hand and into national policies on the other. Undoubtedly, NetMAR is an example of how high-profile, large-scale project, a vital member of our university's buzzing research community. Finally, NetMAR has cared for the new generation of researchers, supporting them, promoting their career, while boosting their international visibility and taking into consideration gender and diversity. Given the center's dedication in fostering and promoting knowledge of medieval rituals and cultural heritage, I'm certain NetMAR has created strong collaborative links and synergies that will go beyond its 3-year duration. I would like to congratulate my colleague, Stavroula Konstantinou. Congratulations, Stavroula.
Thank you.
And her partners in NetMAR. And I wish them all the best for their future activities. I would like to once more welcome our foreign guests, our foreign visitors, especially those escaping from the blizzard in Munich and Germany and being here. I'm talking about our colleagues from Bamberg. And I wish that you have a pleasant stay here in Nicosia, which is another medieval city. A pleasant stay here in Nicosia and Cyprus. So thank you so much. All the best to you.
Thank you, Professor Christofidis. NetMAR benefited from the resources and the research environment of the Center for Medieval Arts and Rituals and the Department of Byzantine and Modern Greek at the University of Cyprus, the Zentrum für Mittelalterstudien at the University of Bamberg, and the Center for Medieval Literature at the University of Southern Denmark. May I now ask Professor Marilena Kargiolemu, head of the Department of Byzantine and Modern Greek, for her short welcome.
Madam the Minister of Culture, dear Rector of the University of Cyprus, dear partners and guests, dear students and researchers, dear Stavroula. Although I cannot see you very well from here, okay, you are there. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the closing conference of the Medieval Arts and Rituals Horizon project, coordinated by my colleague Stavroula Constantinou. I especially welcome the project partners from the universities of Bamberg and Southern Denmark, who worked closely with Stavroula in achieving the goals set by the NetMAR project. Whoever takes a look at the events organized in the framework of this international collaboration realizes that NetMAR has been a wonderful and intensive journey towards the marvels of the arts and rituals of the medieval and post-medieval world, with an impressive number of scientific meetings, summer schools, conferences, workshops and webinars and roundtables, held with an astonishing regularity in the 3 partner countries since 2020, almost one scientific meeting every 3 months, if not more. This dense production of scientific events both testifies to the dynamic nature of the project and of the network established through it, and points to the benefits of international collaboration in bringing together researchers with similar interests and in advancing our knowledge in a nascent then, back in 2020, and now well-established field of studies. And although the central theme of the project deals with the social and cultural practices of, one could say, all times, it is in fact an extremely modern and contemporary theme, since arts and rituals are universal phenomena. As a consequence, and despite the fact that what is a ritual and what is art evolve over time, and therefore cannot be universally defined, the questions, explorations, and correlations that emerge from the study of medieval arts and rituals are not only relevant to modern expressions of both rituals and arts, but moreover, they also creatively interact with and relate to modern society and contemporary concerns, insofar as they raise the issue of sustainability, development, and the promotion and protection of our tangible and intangible cultural heritage. In this sense, NetMAR is part of a much wider and ambitious project that materializes in the creation of CIMAR, the Center for Medieval Arts and Rituals, that hosts NetMAR as its first European research program, claimed and gained, if I may use these terms. This is the first and only center in Cyprus that aims at establishing, promoting, and renewing interest in the medieval world, and for us in Byzantine society, but in a different, innovative way that adopts a holistic, cross-disciplinary point of view to approach social and cultural phenomena of all times and their modern expressions and inheritance. One such cultural phenomenon is pilgrimage, a cultural manifestation that extends across times, places, and cultures. Pilgrimage is so profoundly enrooted in our societies that we do not find any point in the history of humankind or any human society that does not exhibit the need to cherish and honor a sacred place, either in an innerly spiritual or outwardly pragmatic way. Now, if I am talking about pilgrimage, it is of course because it exemplifies perfectly well the intervening relation between a devotional practice and all kinds of arts, visual and performative arts, culinary arts, arts of language, and so on. But it is also because pilgrimage is the subject of the new open access journal Eventum that is funded as part of the wider project to echo the latest results in the area of the study of arts and rituals. I will not, however, go further along this way because Stavroula is going to present the journal right after me. I will just say that Eventum not only has the guts, it has also the looks. Let me now finish, because it is time to finish, by pointing to a last but nevertheless very important aspect of the NetMAR project. Its contribution in fostering young researchers' skills and expertise, not only in the area of scientific work itself, but also in the area of science management or sciencepreneurship, which requires a whole other set of skills and mindset than being a good researcher. In order to be a good sciencepreneur, you need to have the ability to foresee how scientific work and ideas, your scientific work, your ideas, can be acknowledged as an added value for society and for economic growth, and not be considered as a distant and cut-off mental activity or exercise that only benefits those few who undertake it. This is an essential aspect of many European and international projects today, and the new generation of researchers should be given the necessary skills and expertise to become successful sciencepreneurs. Whoever has the experience of forming the youth in this area knows that this is a very important and at the same time a very challenging goal. So, I do hope that you will find the conference and the wonderful music and gastronomy that were carefully selected for you by the Cyprus team of the NetMAR project very rewarding, as befits your year-long efforts for the completion of the NetMAR project. I wish you all the best, and knowing Stavroula, I am sure that this concluding conference is a farewell, but not a goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Karyolemou, and thank you to all of our distinguished guests. So NetMAR would never have come into fruition if it weren't for our very own Dr. Stavroula Konstantinou, Associate Professor in Byzantine Studies at the University of Cyprus, whose idea and initiative NetMAR was. Dr. Konstantinou, Project Coordinator of NetMAR, will launch today NetMAR's major milestone, the Diamond Open Access Journal Eventum, a journal of medieval arts and rituals, of which she is editor-in-chief. Let us welcome her to the podium.
Just a moment to fix things here. Good. Good evening, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister of Culture, Dr. Kassianidou, dear Rector of the University of Cyprus, Professor Tassos Christofidis, Chair of the Department of Byzantine and Modern Greek Studies, Professor Karyolemou, esteemed partners and speakers. At this point, I feel very sad because our German partners from the University of Bamberg couldn't make it to here despite all their efforts. So I'll send them all our greetings. Are they? Yes. From here, and yes, we will make up at some other point. Esteemed colleagues and students, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that today we are launching Eventum, a journal of medieval arts and rituals, and even though it's a Diamond Open Access journal, we have printed some copies for you too, because we are used to the printed culture, somehow my generation at least. So this is the major deliverable of the Horizon 2020 project network for medieval arts and rituals. Eventum, an annual Diamond Open Access Journal of medieval and post-medieval or medievalist research, is modeled on Interfaces and Journal of Medieval European Literatures from the Center of Medieval Literature, and shares its model's commitment to new high-quality scholarship that is international, transparent, egalitarian, non-profit, and widely available. Eventum will publish both thematic and non-thematic issues falling within its scope, as I will elucidate in what follows. Like Interfaces, Eventum is published by Milano University Press. The gender-balanced and often gender-informed research promoted by Eventum is situated at the crossing of various humanities disciplines: history, archaeology, art history, philology, literature, linguistics, philosophy, theology, musicology, and theater studies. In short, this new journal reaches out to international scholars from all these fields, including late antique, medieval, early modern, modern, and postmodern studies, studies in medievalism, ritual studies, performance studies, cultural studies, and cultural heritage studies, inviting contributions from around the world. Contributors from early to late career stages are asked to explore the interrelations of arts and rituals in one or more medieval cultures, or to examine the heritage of medieval arts and rituals in later periods of the Western world. For Eventum's purposes, the term medieval is used in a broad sense, covering Byzantine, Western European, Syriac, Coptic, Hebrew, Arabic, Armenian, Georgian, and Slavic cultures from the 4th to the 15th centuries. Eventum aspires to become a channel for innovative approaches by bringing all types of medieval arts, visual, literary, and performing, and rituals, religious, semi-religious, and secular, under one roof, and by inaugurating a forum of broader discussions across medieval cultures and later ones, continuing the medieval legacy. At the same time, Eventum seeks to form future scholarship by introducing novel, interdisciplinary, and connecting research projects and methods for the study of past and contemporary cultures. By revealing, stimulating, and putting in dialogue the intersections of medieval arts and rituals, Eventum expects to significantly contribute towards a better understanding of the workings of medieval and later cultures, and to disclose aspects of those cultures that could not otherwise be seen. The comparative study of medieval rituals and ritual arts can thus provide priceless information about their creation, recreation, patronage, and reception, and especially about the interconnection of artworks and their value and importance as they were or are performed for and perceived by medieval, later, and contemporary audiences. In sum, Eventum is dedicated to the artistic aspects of medieval rituals, the ritual dimensions of medieval arts, and the intersections between visual, literary, and performance works within the framework of rituals. Eventum aims to reposition the arts and rituals of medieval traditions and to foster research on all types of medieval arts in and as rituals, and the initiators, participants, spaces, forms, structures, and artistic elements of all types of medieval rituals. At the same time, Eventum provides a platform for the examination of the relationship between medieval, post-medieval, and contemporary arts and rituals, bringing to the fore the rich cultural heritage of the Middle Ages for a better understanding of both the past and the present. Before going on to present the first issue of Eventum, entitled The Arts and Rituals of Pilgrimage, I would like to describe the rationale and scope of the journal in association with the three key terms of its subtitle in reverse order: rituals, arts, and medieval. I start with rituals. Although ritual is a universal category, it cannot be defined universally. This is the reason why the ritual theorist Catherine Bell speaks of not of ritual, but of ritualization, code, the way of acting that is designed and orchestrated to distinguish and privilege what is being done in comparison to other, usually more quotidian activities. The strategies of ritualization are particularly rooted in the body. Essential to ritualization is the circular production of a ritualized body, which in turn produces ritualized practices. End of quote. Although ritual and ritualization are modern terms, they concern practices and ways of acting that are as old as human civilization. Across time and cultures, rituals and forms of ritualization have been innumerable, diverse, and complex, serving varied purposes: political, religious, institutional, community, and familial. Thus, rituals cannot be properly described and fathomed unless they are placed within their specific historical, social, and cultural contexts. Eventum focuses on the strong performative and creative dimensions of rituals. By bringing together medieval rituals and arts, the journal proposes the treatment of rituals also as Gesamtkunstwerks, as universal artworks or total artworks. Richard Wagner's notion of the Gesamtkunstwerk represents a unification of the arts and their interaction into a combined work that is situated at the boundaries of art, religion, and politics. The total work of art is thus conceived not just as a synthesis of the arts, but as a form of artful performance that provokes the viewer's involvement, communality, and transformation. Like Wagner's Gesamtkunstwerk, medieval rituals were simultaneously artful performances and syntheses of different art forms with effects upon participants. As the sine qua non of rituals, arts were in constant negotiation with ceremonial imperatives and artistic values, while church and state representatives or wealthy individuals turn to various artists to realize a ritual and maximize its effects. The latter had to create works that were both artistic and functional, provoking powerful experiences in participants. Religious and profane rituals often intersected since they served similar purposes, such as the establishment of a social bond among participants and the validation of authority. Arts. Medieval arts were inseparable from rituals. In the Middle Ages, rituals could not be realized without the involvement of arts, while arts arose together with rituals. As is the case with the term rituals, the equally modern term arts represents universal creative behaviors that go back to the beginnings of human civilization. Arts and rituals originated from the same human needs and interests, and they co-developed throughout the centuries. For the field of arts, a parallel notion with Bell's ritualization is Ellen Disanayege's artification. To make something art, undertaking an ethological and bioevolutionary approach, Disanayege considers all types of arts, including crafts and decoration, in all societies and all times, describing them as behaviors that are as intrinsic to human nature as language, tool-making, play, ritual, and symbolization. For Disanayege, arts are created through the transformation of ordinary objects, materials, movements, sounds, and words, which are made extraordinary to render socially significant activities, such as rituals, memorable and gratifying. Disanayege's artification is valid also for the Middle Ages. In Umberto Eco's words, quote, medieval art belonged to the realm of making. Thus, the two principal features of the medieval theory of art were intellectualism and objectivism. Art was the science of constructing objects according to their own laws. Art was not expression, but construction, an operation aiming at a certain result. End of quote. The term arts, therefore, in the title of our new journal is a broad term referring to the productions of craftspeople, builders, architects, painters, sculptors, mosaic makers, orators, poets, musicians, singers, dancers, and mimes. The productive activities of all these people who were aware of the rules of artifying served different ritual purposes and aimed at achieving specific results, such as the participants' spiritual and emotional responses. Medieval. The use of the term medieval to refer to the period between antiquity and modern times in the tripartite division of human history into ancient, medieval, and modern goes back to the 15th century and the time of Petrarch. It was, however, from the 17th century onwards that the word gained wider use in historiography. Even though there is general scholarly agreement that the term medieval is problematic, it does not represent a homogenized era, but one characterized by chronological, geographical, social, and cultural divisions. The word remains in use for reasons of convenience. It is in its conventional, descriptive, and broad sense that Eventum II understands the word medieval. As far as the duration of the Middle Ages is concerned, on the other hand, there is much disagreement among medievalists. In its attempt to include as many regions and cultures as possible, Eventum has a wide chronological range covering the period from circa 300 to 1,500, and a large geographical area, including the Mediterranean, Black, Baltic, and North Seas. Yet Eventum does not invite only studies on medieval arts and rituals, but also research on their appropriations, adaptations, and performances in post-medieval cultures in a variety of fields, including social and political theory, philosophy, theology, visual arts, crafts, literature, graphic novels, theater, music, computer games, film industry, forms of reenactment, and tourist sites. Being both a medieval studies journal and a journal of studies in medievalism, Eventum adopts Richard Urt's 5th and 6th manifestos of medievalism. Quote, medievalism and medieval studies have a mutually beneficial relationship, and a thorough understanding of the broader cultural phenomenon of medievalism enhances academic medievalists' toolkits by increasing their theoretical sophistication, critical self-awareness, and social impact. Furthermore, studies in medievalism allow a more truly co-disciplinary, inclusive, democratic, and humanistic engagement with what we call, for better or worse, the Middle Ages. End of quote. Pilgrimage, an actual or spiritual visit to a short or long-distance sacred site, is a religious practice originating in antiquity that is still active in various forms. From its beginnings, pilgrimage has been open to everyone, men and women, young and old, rich and poor, healthy and unhealthy, literate and illiterate. Pilgrimage has been chosen as the theme of the first issue of Eventum because it constitutes the ritual par excellence of the Middle Ages. Rich evidence from various traditions shows that medieval pilgrimage was not only a ritual in itself, but that it also involved other rituals operating, in fact, through them. Medieval pilgrims engaged in a series of rituals before, during, and after their religious journeys. Furthermore, they participated in rituals that were performed at pilgrimage sites, sanctuaries, shrines, cult churches, cathedrals, monasteries, and other holy places. The practice of pilgrimage was itself a central motive of literature and visual arts. Architects designed buildings with the intention of promoting pilgrimage and by taking into consideration patrons' and pilgrims' needs and expectations. Similar ends were served also by the other artists involved: painters, sculptors, musicians, rhetors, and actors. Pilgrims, for their part, cultivated their own arts: music, dancing, singing, and writing, which they shared with their fellow pilgrims, the local communities of pilgrimage sites, and audiences back home. At the same time, pilgrims took back to their hometowns the arts and art objects they learned about and acquired along the pilgrimage route and at the pilgrim sites. The articles in Eventum's first issue were developed from selected papers delivered during 2 scholarly events entitled The Arts and Rituals of Pilgrimage that were organized at the Center of Medieval Arts and Rituals of the University of Cyprus within the framework of the NetMAR project. The issue's authors structured their analysis around one or more of the following axes. First, pilgrimage settings, the specific material and topographical contexts that pilgrimage rituals and arts acquire on a particular pilgrimage route, namely how space and the division of space determine the forms and performances of pilgrimage rituals and arts, and how the latter define and transform their settings. Second, structures of pilgrimage rituals and arts. This axis concerns the conception of pilgrimage rituals and arts. More specifically, under discussion are the shapes, themes, and structures of pilgrimage rituals and arts, and the ways in which rituals inform and are informed by arts in pilgrimage, as well as how different artistic works interact with each other during or in reference to a certain pilgrimage ritual. Third, pilgrimage experiences. The focus here turns to the pilgrims themselves, their expectations and needs, their ideas and their experiences. Of interest also are the meanings of pilgrimage rituals and arts for pilgrims of different origin, gender, and status, the ways in which pilgrimage rituals and arts affect different pilgrims, either individually or collectively, and what they aim to achieve for them. And finally, the afterlives of pilgrimage rituals and arts, and here under investigation are post-medieval pilgrimage rituals and arts from the 15th century onwards. In the article entitled Revisiting the Pilgrimage Site of St. John Lambadistis, Art and Ritual Space, Urania Perdiki reconstructs the routes taken by medieval pilgrims to the shrine of the Cypriot saint John Lambadistis, located in the Marathasa Valley. Perdiki considers the complex architectural space of the shrine and the saint's tomb, relics, and vita icons, and how these determine the pilgrims' religious experiences. Moving to pilgrimage routes in Central Europe during the Middle Ages, Gerhard Jaritz discusses post-mortem proxy pilgrimages to Vienna and Pressburg by considering chronological, financial, and gendered aspects and patterns. Focusing on the late 4th century pilgrimage account produced by Egeria, Georgia Frank examines how the female pilgrims' somatic, interpersonal, and sensory experiences and feelings shaped her understanding of temporality. As is shown, Egeria's itinerary in association with liturgy shaped her understandings of the biblical past. The relation between a past and a present in pilgrimage contexts is also examined by Simon Coleman and Evgenia Mesaritou in their article. Focusing on the restoration of material culture associated with pilgrimages, the authors discuss how a temporally distant period might be reanimated in the present through a comparative examination of 2 pilgrimage sites, Walsingham in England and the Monastery of Apostolos Andreas in Cyprus, both characterized by disruptive historical caesuras that define salient periods of destruction of valued areas from the past. Before being replicated in Walsingham through the Virgin's order, the Holy House, where the Annunciation took place in Nazareth, took flight to and landed in Loreto, Italy, which became a major Roman Catholic pilgrimage site. The Marian litanies that developed at the site became sources of inspiration for modern composers, including Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, who, after participating in the site's litanies, composed 2 settings. In his article, Niels Holger Pedersen analyzes parts of the 2 settings in the light of the Loreto pilgrimage's historical background and the litany's ritual and musical uses. Mozart's settings emerge as musical reenactments of ritual experience. All in all, the articles of this first issue of Eventum reveal that the power and efficacy of medieval and post-medieval pilgrimage emanated not only from its associated rituals, but also from its arts. In fact, visual, literary, and performing arts are the sine qua non of pilgrimage. For example, church music and church furnishings, such as icons, panels, sculptures, tapestries, precious books, and other liturgical objects were not independent artistic expressions, but parts of ecclesiastical rituals for which they were created and used. In short, the transformative experience that pilgrims sought through pilgrimage was achieved through the interaction of arts and rituals. The cover design of the first issue of Eventum was created by the known Cypriot designer Nasia Dimitriou. As for the cover image, that is a detail from Cyrenian Pilgrimage 2, Church of Virgin Mary Chrysopolitissa, a work of the famous Cypriot artist Yorgos A. Konstantinou that has undergone a digital recreation. The artist created this work for the cover of Eventum 1. At this point, I would like to warmly thank both artists, the authors of Eventum's first issue, the Center for Medieval Literature, and particularly Professor Lars Boje Mortensen and Chiara D'Agostini for helping us establish a new journal based on their own interfaces journal. Our publishers, my thanks go also to our publishers, the Milano University Press, and chiefly Paola Galimberti and Rosella Filadoro. My co-editors, Dr. Maria Parani and Dr. Michalis Olympios, I warmly thank. I also thank Andrea Andreu for her editorial assistance, and of course, Pavlos Michailidis for taking care of all technical matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Konstantinou.
I have to for a second because the university has a problem with the Zoom connection. So we are moving on to a new platform, to Teams, where we send some links to the people that they are going to present, and we need to connect with them as soon as possible so they can follow us up and give their presentations online. Okay, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavlos. So one of NetMAR's main pillars was the training and involvement of early-stage researchers. In its 3-year duration, NetMAR has successfully trained 10 early-stage researchers, 7 of whom we have the pleasure to have with us here today, either live or online. Dr. Elisabetta Barilli, Dr. Marina Ilia, Anna Maria Ernesti, whom we have online, Gerlinde Gangl, Cristalla Loizou, Sarah Moore Lopez, and Savas Mavromatidis. During the course of the project, we tried, via a work package specifically designed for this purpose, to create an attractive and gender-informed network in which early-stage researchers of both genders would feel comfortable and encouraged to contribute, to offer better opportunities than currently available to young researchers to advance their development and to facilitate their integration into the national and European research and innovation system, to help them build up their CVs and ultimately find a job that allows them to make a real and lasting impact in or outside academia. Our early-stage researchers were involved in every step of the project. They led the training activities, they worked closely and on-site with stakeholders, they were part of the project management, they were familiarized with funding opportunities, they participated in various networking events, they were part of dissemination and promotional actions, they were given the opportunity to generate new groundbreaking research, and they were mentored and supported by the senior academics attached to NetMAR. I now invite to the podium Dr. Elisabetta Barilli to briefly share her NetMAR experiences.
Thank you, Andrea. Hi, everyone. As Andrea said, I'm Elisabetta, and I'm a NetMAR early-stage researcher. I am based at the University of Southern Denmark in Odense, where I'm currently carrying out a postdoc project, and I joined NetMAR when I was a PhD student. NetMAR has been a tremendous opportunity for me to expand and enrich my knowledge of medieval arts and rituals. And I've learned a lot about different fields and topics beyond my own research, engaging with a wide range of scholars in an intellectually generous environment. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here today and share with all of you my intellectually and professionally satisfying experience as part of this wonderful project. And among the various activities that NetMAR has offered us, I particularly benefited from the NetMAR one-week summer school that took place in Bamberg in July 2022. And this event was dedicated to medieval arts and rituals through the prism of education. Thanks to lectures and workshops led by renowned scholars, I had the opportunity to spend a stimulating week learning how education was a highly ritualized process in the medieval period and beyond. The various activities have broadened my research perspectives, helping me to investigate my PhD project from different angles. My PhD thesis was a critical edition of a 12th century commentary composed on a rhetorical handbook used in schools, and after this experience, I was able to detect and determine several performative rituals hidden in the layers of the commentary's text. Moreover, lectures on gender performativity in medieval didactic literature and on the culture of female monasticism in Byzantium extremely sparked my interest. Last but not least, we also had the great chance to be introduced to scientific proposal writing, an essential skill for advancing in the academic world, and we have been provided with valuable insights into writing successful proposals for European funding. But the NetMAR Summer School has allowed us, as early-stage researchers, to build solid intellectual and friendly bonds. And why not to mention the amazing tour in the lovely old town, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Overall, it was an amazing experience that I would love to attend again, if only it were possible. But if I have to choose among the several experiences offered by NetMAR, I'd like to spend a couple of words on the ESR networking conference that took place always in Bamberg in October 2021. It was the very first opportunity for us as early-stage researchers to get better acquainted and to share our own research projects. Unfortunately, I could not attend the conference in person and meet the other ASRs personally, but I enjoy every minute of it anyway. And it was my first real conference, so I'll admit I was both nervous and anxious, but also excited about attending my first conference. And it was very beneficial for me to gain insight into what the other ESRs have been researching, and also discover more about the different topics entailed under the umbrella of the NetMAR project. I benefited from great advice and comments that helped me raise more awareness of my research project. And it turned out to be an incredible experience and a great springboard for the series of conferences to come. NetMAR has not only been about conferences and summer schools, but also has offered us a wide range of activities to join in, including reading groups, exchange visits, secondments, webinars, and much more. But what I really loved about being part of this team is the cross-disciplinary network that NetMAR created, offering countless opportunities for fruitful exchanges with my peers with different backgrounds and constructive feedback from the scholars involved. Therefore, my deepest gratitude go to NetMAR, especially to Stavroula, Ingrid, and Lars, for granting me the incredible privilege to be part of this amazing project and for creating an extremely stimulating and supportive environment for both professional and personal growth. So thank you all so much for NetMAR.
Thank you, Elisabetta. So next in line is Dr. Marina Ilia, whom I now invite to the podium.
Thanks, Andrea. Hello, everyone. I am Marina Ilia. I am a PhD graduate from the University of Cyprus, and I am specializing in the Venetian period of the island. While I could talk for hours about my experience as ESR, I will keep it short. So let me start with my personal objective when I joined the program, which was to delve into the rituals of medieval history and art, as I thought it would deepen my understanding of the subject. Goal was definitely achieved. I can tick the box. The experience was amazing. But let me share with you two more important aspects. The most enriching one for me was the collaborative nature of the program, since I had the privilege of working alongside with talented researchers and esteemed professors. The fruitful discussions and the interactions with my peers not only broadened my knowledge, but also opened new avenues of thought that greatly influenced my research. And when it comes to my personal growth, this experience has been transformative for me. On one hand, I had the opportunity to apply my medieval skills in an unexpected domain by working as human resources officer for an organization. And on the other hand, I can mention only the conferences. The ESR conference, as Elisabetta mentioned, was an important conference for us. Also the medieval conference in Leeds, where I had the opportunity to participate 2 consecutive summers. And of course, the summer school in Bamberg, which provided me with the platform to share my research on Cyprus and present aspects of my thesis. Additionally, of course, working with professors at the Southern Denmark University added another layer to my academic growth, and I'm very grateful about that. And in conclusion, this journey as an early-stage researcher has been immersively rewarding for me. The knowledge gained, the collaborations formed, and the personal growth experience have all contributed to shaping not only my research, but also my professional trajectory. I'm truly grateful for the opportunities and connections fostered through this program, and as I move forward, I'm excited to apply all these insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. So can we have Anna Ernesti with us, perhaps, online?
Can you see me? Yeah, thank you for nodding. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, thank you for
Anna, I'm sorry, can you start over? We are having
yes.
a delay.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
So thank you for providing the opportunity to take part online. I would rather have done this in presence, but I got stuck in that awful blizzard on Saturday. So my name is Anna Ernesti, and I'm from the University of Bamberg. I'm currently working on my PhD thesis under supervision of Professor Benevitz. In my dissertation, I'm concerned with the relationship between text and image, verse and prose, in late medieval Tristram textual witnesses. Being part of NetMAR opened up many opportunities for me and broadened not only my academic horizons. So I was able to give my first international presentation at the Connecting NetMAR conference in September 2021, which also gave me food for thoughts from other disciplines and broadened my research. The reading groups were a welcome opportunity to study texts intensively and to discuss them controversially. The supportive working environment made this possible and enjoyable. Of course, the exchange visits and the summer school were particular highlights. The wide range of lectures and activity created a learning environment that provided a bunch of new insights for my academic thinking and personal development. To summarize, I can say that I received many new impulses and inspirations from my work, especially in the field of ritual research. But the insights into Byzantine studies, archaeology, and even musicology also expanded and complemented my knowledge. Finally, I would like to thank all the NetMAR partners to allow me to be part of this amazing network, and yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anna. So Gerlinde Gangle will now take the lead and share her own experience with NetMAR.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Gerlinde Gangle, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Bamberg in Germany. I arrived here 3 weeks ago, so the weather was not that bad in Munich, and that is why I can happily stand here and present the University of Bamberg in person today. I'm also a research assistant and give seminars for students at the University of Bamberg. In addition, I'm also working on a second master's degree in medieval studies, which includes the 3 subjects: German studies, archaeology, and also auxiliary sciences of history. But originally, I'm from Austria, where I completed a joint master's degree study program in German philology of the Middle Ages and early modern times. My master's thesis, by the way, was recently awarded the main prize at the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Graz, so I'm quite a lucky woman, I guess. But what am I actually researching? My focus lies on connections between law and language. For instance, the impact of legal history on the German language, or the synchronic and diachronic development of language of law in German, or medieval punishment rituals and their reflection in everyday language, like contemporary metaphors. My journey with NetMAR started after the summer school in July 2022. The time I decided to take that risk to leave my home country, Austria, behind and to move to Bamberg in Germany to start with my PhD plans. And I really have to thank Professor Benewitz at this part because she kind of discovered me and supported me the whole way through. So, as you see, I kind of stumbled in without any knowledge about the network or any other projects. A little naive, one might think. But from this point on, many firsts in my young research career started with and through NetMAR. Before NetMAR, I had never given a single scientific lecture, especially not in English and even less in front of a whole international audience. The IMC in Leeds was always something I thought only the best would get there. I simply don't have the resources and I never will. I will never stand and present there. But NetMAR made it possible and even allowed me to publish my very first scientific blog post about my paper in Leeds. Beyond that, it has always been my dream to cultivate an enriching exchange across the borders and to get to know other university perspectives. The exchange visits to Denmark and my secondment here in Cyprus at the Research and Innovation Support System made this a reality. To conclude, I want to thank NetMAR and all my colleagues with all my heart for all these opportunities and especially for supporting my ideas for papers and presentations. It was the encouragement I needed. For me, as an early stage researcher, it has been the best time of my research life. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Gerinde. May I now invite Christalla Loizou to share her own view of NetMAR?
Good evening to everyone. My name is Christalla Loizou, and I am currently a PhD candidate in the postgraduate program in Byzantine Studies and Latin East at the University of Cyprus. The title of my thesis is Reconstructing the Dynamic Rural Landscape of Medieval Cyprus and is supervised by Associate Professor Athanasios Vionis. It was a privilege to be one of the early stage researchers of the NetMAR. Being an ESR means being a young researcher who had just started a research career. That is where the diverse consortium of NetMAR provide a strong network of universities, academics, and researchers to support ESRs in their future personal research roadmap. The various activities that took place under NetMAR provide ESRs with inspiration as well as with skills in research management, networking, and grant writing. In this respect, my participation in exchange visits, lectures, workshops, and secondments has provided me with a unique opportunity to gain a significant range of experience and knowledge, as well as to develop valuable new skills. I had the pleasure of meeting new people from different cultural backgrounds and experiencing different academic environments in Europe. More specifically, NetMAR offered me the opportunity to be part of the first exchange visit in the Center of Medieval Literature at the University of South Denmark, which took place on September 2021. During the days of the exchange visit, the CML organized a very interesting workshop and with lecture, presentation, a reading group, providing all the participants the inspiration to keep working and launch new research ideas. In addition, I established relationships for future research, networking, and exchanged knowledge and ideas through a lively dialogue and discussion. I also participated in the summer school, which took place at the University of Bamberg on July 2022. In addition to gaining scientific knowledge, the summer school was a safe environment that helped me discover new ways of working and collaborating, develop vital academic skills, strengthen my critical thinking, experience a different academic environment, and exchange ideas. Additionally, on June 2023, I was on secondment at the Center of Medieval Studies at the University of Bamberg. This week was an enriching experience of meeting a wide variety of people and developing communication skills in a different cultural environment. I gained valuable knowledge, and I should develop to ensure I am on the right track of my career development in the academic world. However, the most importantly, the secondment was an opportunity to work and discuss my research interest in a different academic background than the one I used to in Cyprus. Finally, on September 2023, NetMAR offered me the opportunity to have my secondment at Science Center of Excellence in Cyprus. This week was a meaningful experience for me because apart from meeting various people for different disciplines, I was introduced to the vital role of digital technologies in the cultural heritage sector. I gained valuable insights into the possibilities opened up by the increasing advances in digital technologies. On top of that, during this secondment, I had the opportunity to discuss the complex and dialect relationship between cultural heritage and new technologies. This experience helped me to prepare myself better for my current job as museum curator at the Cyprus Museum of Natural History of Fotos Fotiadis Foundation. Considering all this, I would like to express my deepest acknowledgements to Associate Professor Stavroula Konstantinou and to the whole consortium for the opportunity to learn from this project and improve myself. I would like also to thank Pavlos and Andrea for their continued support. In conclusion, I firmly believe that my participation in this fruitful experience is a key stepping stone for the development of my cognitive and research skills, being an absolutely necessary step that will facilitate my future career. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristala. Sara Muru Lopez will now draw her own picture of NetMAR.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to share our experience as early-stage researchers at this latest NetMAR conference. I may see to be joking if I start saying that Nicosia is the farthest place my PhD has taken me, at least until now. As a student at the University of Santiago in the northwest of Spain, this is true if we count the distance that separates Nicosia from Santiago, but it is also true and more important in a metaphorical sense. When I started my PhD, I could not have imagined that I would be lucky enough to participate in an international network like this, focused on the study for medieval arts and rituals and made up of brilliant professionals like all of you. I would like to thank my supervisor for giving me this opportunity, and especially the team of the CNL of Denmark for allowing me to be part of NetMAR under their umbrella. My thanks, of course, extend to the other two partners, the team of the University of Cyprus and the team of the University of Bamberg for their welcome and excellent treatment over the years. As an early-stage researcher of NetMAR, I have had the chance to participate in numerous activities that had a positive impact on my academic training. I have been able to attend webinars and reading groups, as well as to travel to the sites of the 3 institutions that form this network. I was privileged to attend the NetMAR Summer School at the University of Bamberg in July last year, as well as 2 of the exchange trips that were organized in Nicosia and in Copenhagen last March. These trips were not only days of intensive learning, attending lectures, seminars, and visiting some of the most prestigious libraries and museums in these cities, but also allowed me to spend time with the other NetMAR members and exchange views on our ongoing research. Thanks to this conversation, I was able to ask myself new questions about my PhD and adopt a new approach. Some of these new concerns were reflected on the papers presented at the last 2 editions of the Leeds International Medieval Congress, in which I could participate with other early-stage researchers, thanks to the financial support of NetMAR. All the activities I have mentioned were very useful for our training as PhD students and have enriched our curricula and expanded our future options. In that sense, we have also received a specific training about writing proposals. Although it is difficult to summarize all the learning of these years, I think that the activities mentioned give a good account of it. It only remains for me to once again express my gratitude to all the members of this project for their hard work and effort in making these activities happen. It has been a pleasure to be part of NetMAR, and I am sure that all the learning and the fantastic memories of these years will stay with me forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sara. And last but not least, Savas Mavromatidis will add the final touch to this mosaic of experiences.
Thank you. So I'm the last one. My name is Savas Mavromatidis. I'm a PhD student at the University of Cyprus, and I'm working on funerary sculpture in Lezinian, Cyprus. So NetMAR provided us with several opportunities related to both research and interaction with other researchers. During these 3 years, we had the opportunity to participate in a valuable experience, such as the reading groups, where we could explore issues that we might not have otherwise touched upon. Although I couldn't attend all our meetings, it was a rewarding activity. The visit exchanges were also very interesting. I joined in 2 of them, in Odense and in Copenhagen. During these visits, we were fortunate enough to attend lectures and explore various historical sites and museums in Denmark. Apart from gaining insight into Danish history, medieval rituals and literature, I saw exhibits at the National Museum of Denmark in Copenhagen that opened my perspective on burial customs in Europe, helping me approach certain Cypriot works from a different angle. The summer school in Bamberg was an enriching experience for several reasons. Some of them are the following: lectures and workshops on various topics related to medieval rituals, visits to archives and exhibition spaces, meetings and exchange of opinions with experts and other participants, and finally the opportunity to stay in touch with people we met there, as you can see here. So, the NetMAR blog was particularly useful for me, as it allowed me to express my views on an interesting topic, that is the relationships between 2 fundamental moments in our lives, that is the birth and the death, and their depictions in medieval art. NetMAR also gave us the privilege to participate in conferences. The first one organized in Bamberg for the ESRs of the project, where I presented my research at its early stage, along with my colleagues. The second took place during the COVID-19 crisis. It was the International Medieval Congress in Leeds in 2022, where although we participated online, we had the opportunity to engage with the academic community in a challenging period. For me, it was also my first contact with this conference. Furthermore, based on the topic I presented, I was able to study material that is largely outside of the scope of my thesis, specifically the burial monuments of the Venetian period, that is the 16th century, in Cyprus. For this purpose, I conducted research on site in monuments of Dalmatian cities and Venice, interpreting developments and transitions observed in Cypriot funerary sculpture and re-evaluating my material. Through NetMAR, I also participated in a pleasant medieval evening at Colossi Castle, where I spoke about death as a catalyst for developments in the Lusinian period, and further delved into one of the pieces of Cypriot cultural heritage, namely the funerary slabs. Finally, the secondments. Through NetMAR, we undertook 2 secondments. Personally, I chose to do the first at the Cyprus Medieval Museum in Limassol, where a large part of medieval funerary slabs is preserved. The second was at the University of Southern Denmark. The result of the first was the creation of a digital application for the museum's exhibits with my colleagues Maria M. Villano and Aristides Karalambous. The whole project is still in progress, and we hope it will be realized in order to enhance the museum experience for the visitors. During my second secondment in Denmark, I was fortunate enough to discuss various aspects of my thesis or articles I was writing at that time with researchers and professors such as Niels and Rosa, giving me the chance to think about issues that I hadn't considered before. I also got to know the work of Søren Abildgaard. I don't know if I pronounce his name good. And his contribution to the preservation of a Danish cultural heritage. A part of my research took a different direction through the discovery that there are not only the Guignay collection for funerary monuments of the past, but also other similar collections participating in antiquarian research, providing useful comparative material for me. My bibliographic and on-site research in the Denmark's libraries and churches hopefully will result in future articles, who knows, on various aspects of Danish funerary sculpture. Overall, what remains from NetMAR are the interesting activities and acquaintances. We met people with common interests whom we have the opportunity to see in activities outside NetMAR, or even communicate with them, even for non-research purposes. Thank you very much, Stavroula, and all the collaborators for this project.
Thank you, Sabas. So before our ESRs leave us, may I disrupt our packed program for a moment and address our students, whom I see sitting patiently at the back. Do you have any questions for our ESRs? Now is your chance. Okay, if not, you will have the chance to talk to them later during the coffee break. So, because we are full of surprises, we have now prepared something special for you. Our partner, Niels Holger Petersen, who happens to be also a great composer, musicologist, and pianist, has composed an original musical composition, especially for this occasion. Along with our amazing project manager, Pavlos Michailidis, who is also a renowned violinist, Niels Holger will perform the composition Passage. Please enjoy.
I have promised to give just a very brief introduction to the piece. I hope the music actually speaks for itself, but the idea to put in a musical presentation in the middle of a conference requires maybe just a few words. I've tried to compose a piece that in a sense represents a ritual of passage. I would like first to say that what is most important when I compose, and I believe this to be so for most composers, is to listen. And to listen to what? I'm listening not to something, but for something. Listening for some kind of what I would call musical resonance. And I cannot explain exactly what that is, but it's a resonance of something that I did not know beforehand, but yet seem to recognize. That's also how a piece of music may possibly come to resonate for at least some other listeners. Resonate of the unknown, yet bringing something that resonates with familiarity. There's no guarantee for that, of course. When we hear a piece of music, it may be new or well-known, but it is always new in the context. But the newness of experience requires the listener to listen for some kind of resonance, because there needs to be made some kind of connection between the listener and the music. Then sometimes music may turn out to actually be a kind of rite of passage, something that changes our mindset just a bit. That's what I strive for with my passage, which Pavlos and I will now hopefully play now. I can't see Pavlos, but is probably somewhere. There he is, yep, magically appearing just at the right moment.
Can I have a name, please? It's all about technicalities today.
So thank you, Nils Holger and Pavlos, for this amazing piece. We'll now break for a breather and we'll resume back at 6:30. You can enjoy coffee and snacks outside. So NetMAR has relied for its success on the experience and expertise of our STU and UNIBA partners who have been successful in setting up world-class research centers as well as top scientific journals. Professor Dr. Lars Boye Mortensen, Director of the Center for Medieval Literature at STU, will give a short presentation on NetMAR's results and impacts entitled NetMAR at the University of Southern Denmark, from European to Local Heritage and Back. Professor Mortensen, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I have the PowerPoint. Yes, there we are. First of all, I would like to explain that our university's name is not a very fortunate one, because there is actually nothing that is unambiguously South Denmark or Southern Denmark. It used to be the University of Odense, but just so you know, a few of you might not have been traveling to the north, and I don't blame you for not knowing where Odense is. But you can see there on the left that we call the university nowadays SDU, Syddansk Universitet, and Odense is in the middle of the country, actually not in the south, on the Fynen Island there in the middle. So I will be referring to that, of course. The NetMAR project has been dealing with medieval heritage of many different kinds: texts, architecture, archaeology, liturgy, the arts, and more. It is my clear impression that both the younger and the more senior scholars involved in the NetMAR have all, during the 3 years of the project, sharpened their senses about the wide range of materials and media beyond those of their own expertise that give us access to medieval culture and to medieval rituals in particular. And having heard all the younger scholars here talk about this experience, I wrote this before, but it certainly resonates with what they were saying. So this richness is easy to see in the many fascinating blog posts also that you can find on the NetMAR webpage. That the project has facilitated these blog posts and published. And our leading PI, Stavroula, has also described this interdisciplinarity in an exemplary way in the introduction to the first issue of Eventum, explaining the scope and the ambition of the new journal, and we also heard some of it now, so I need not go further into this here. Looking back at the NetMAR project, I would rather reflect a little bit on the geographical scope, as you can also see from my title, from European to local heritage and back. When I got involved in Stavroula's plans from an early stage, it was because I was in charge of the Center for Medieval Literature that has been mentioned, and the main idea behind this center was to adopt a European rather than a national perspective on medieval literatures. We felt that too many important phenomena that belong to medieval textual culture, broadly conceived, fell into the cracks between the dominant national tectonic plates. Both by design and by coincidence, CML became especially involved in crossing the boundary between the Latin West and the Greek East. Byzantium was, and is, too often kept on the margins in scholarly works on Europe, and we were lucky at CML to hire several Byzantinists who were also frustrated by their own discipline's tendencies to work within a closed container. With our work, I think we helped push in the direction to which many other scholars also pointed, namely towards Byzantium as a world in the middle rather than on the fringe. This is a map of, sort of a modern historical map of what we imagine to be Europe around 1200 circa. Yes, I will come back to this in a minute. Stavroula is, of course, one of those scholars who took a broader geographical view as well. So it's not a coincidence that one of the ambitions of the NetMAR project was similar to those of CML, to study a wider medieval Europe under concepts which are not designed to privilege one European region over another, nor to promote the kind of exceptionalism which national perspectives by nature prefer. But in practice, NetMAR actually gave me another geographical perspective, although still within this large European frame. The project was strongly related to our three university towns, Nicosia, Bamberg, and Odense, and this offered a kind of micro-historical, bottom-up approach to Europe. It was really interesting for me, and I believe for the other participants, to imagine medieval Europe from these three locales, all rather minor in size as well as in terms of national or European significance. And on this historical map, you cannot see the details, but neither Odense nor Bamberg are on this map, but Nicosia is. So these are sort of, in a way, minor medieval localities, far from the greatness of Constantinople, Paris, or Milan, but also a level below Lübeck, Thessaloniki, and Pisa. But what we have done in NetMAR is to connect these seemingly three random dots on the European map, both as medieval heritage towns and as modern university towns. In some future incarnation of European democracy, it would be great to have such a cross-town engagement and integration on the city level like this. Imagine if we had a sort of Cleisthenes democratic reform in which we could vote in each other's city council elections. This is far in the distance, I know, but in a small way, I think the NetMAR project has reached its more modest cultural goals of cross-town and cross-university understanding that goes deeper than just conference collaboration. I, for my part, can definitely sense a different kind of European ownership to the medieval cultural heritage of Bamberg and of Nicosia because of a common project. Perhaps one could also imagine a new kind of European historiography of the Middle Ages, one that links texts and monuments from three sites like this, politically and economically rather unconnected, but with cultural settings that in the big picture share a number of significant traits. Nicosia was the more important of the three in medieval times, and obviously in the modern age too, and can of course also claim a much longer history, as it was a town already in the Roman Empire and even before. But as I have been able to understand, I think now that I have been a tourist here also, that its medieval consolidation and expansion was actually contemporary with those of Odense and Bamberg, namely in the 11th century. Medieval Cyprus was, of course, a special, though not entirely unique place, with its mixture of Latin and Greek populations and creeds. It has been fascinating to follow the Cypriot scholars involved in the NetMAR project, studying this multifaceted and multilingual past. It is a kind of greater Europe collected into one small space, with all the cultural riches, but also with the tensions resulting from conquests by hegemonic powers such as Byzantium, the Frankish Crusaders, and the Venetians. The exchange visit, let's see, I have another slide here. The exchange visit and the conference hosted by NetMAR in Nicosia have been an inspiration, I know, for our SDU members, Chiara, Rosa, Sara, Elisabetta, and Nils Holger. I wasn't there at that occasion, but for me personally, and here's another picture from that, for me personally, one of the highlights was the exchanges with Savas about his project on the monumental burial slabs in Cyprus during the Lusignan and the Venetian age. I want to mention Bamberg too. It was, of course, impossible for Odense to compete with Bamberg in terms of cultural heritage. As you know, the entire historical center of Bamberg is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a real pearl, not least if you are a medievalist. I was happy that our first meeting for the whole group was in Odense and not in Bamberg, because it would have been a bit of a disappointment, perhaps, afterwards. And just to remind you, the cathedral and the famous Bamberg Reiter. I want to thank Professor Ingrid Benewitz and Michaela Detlef and the whole Bamberg team for organizing such great meetings, study tours, summer school, and more. My own research actually includes Bamberg as one of the most important centers of the transmission of Roman classical literature before 1200, and this is a theme I have been interested in before, but now I'm trying to start a more sustained study, so I'm planning to return to the wonderful manuscript collection at the Staatsbibliothek in Bamberg, and here we were lucky to see some precious classical manuscripts at this occasion. We really had some great, also some expert guided tours, and again, I'm certain that our SDU group took so much home from that, greatly aided by our art historian Rosa and our liturgical historian Nils Holger. A great experience for me was the uniquely preserved, well-preserved papal robes of Clement II. The strange history of the 11th century German pope, his original name was Suidger, has all the intrigue you want. He ruled as a pope for less than a year, as the very first pope of what later became known as the Reform Papacy. Most unusually, he kept his Bamberg bishopric while also being the Bishop of Rome, and ended up as the only pope ever buried north of the Alps. I visited Clement II twice in Bamberg, and this came in very handy as an inspiration for a new course I was going to teach on the medieval papacy. Yes, as you can understand, Odense is the smaller sibling of this trio of cities, at least in terms of European heritage. But it had some prosperity and significance in the Nordic Middle Ages. The main medieval site, to which we of course dragged the NetMAR group on their first visit, is the cathedral. The present building is a magnificent 13th century piece of brick Gothic with some 16th century additions such as the tower. So you should try to forget the tower and also the ugly extension of the town hall that you can see in the middle. And so that's the 13th century cathedral. But the church before the 13th century, there was another church was already important because it housed the corpse of the royal saint, King Canute, who was killed there in 1086. This is the interior, sort of the very austere modern Protestant interior of the cathedral. And here you have the corpse of Canute and his shrine, which doesn't look very well because it was plundered during the Reformation, but there is the basics are left, and his bones were left too. So he was killed in a church very nearby. And his cult was launched and promoted by his brother, King Erik Ejegod, or Evergood, who ruled from 1095 to 1103. Erik managed to obtain for his brother Canute one of the first official papal recognitions of sanctity just around 1100, and this in turn was the beginning of Danish literature as it gave rise to the first local saint's life. If you ask my colleagues at the Danish literature department, they wouldn't say so, because these first writings were, of course, in Latin, but they were written in Denmark. Erik also had profound impact on the ecclesiastical organization of the North, because he succeeded in establishing the Archdiocese of Lund, now in Sweden, in 1103, thus wresting the oversight of the entire Nordic Church province from Hamburg-Bremen. But why am I going on about the legacy of Erik the Evergood? Do you know where he's buried? In Cyprus. In the wake of the First Crusade, he went on a pilgrimage in 1103, but got no further than Cyprus. He seems to have landed in Paphos, where he became ill and died. The site of his grave is still not clear, but there is a modern memorial stone close to Paphos, although another and we can also see here, he has lost a bit of his name there, but at Chrysopolitisa. But another theory is that he might have been buried close to this Stavrovouni monastery, close to Nicosia. I want to mention also another heritage connection between Cyprus and Odense. At one of the last exchange visits in Odense, we were shown part of a collection of antiquities belonging to my university, to SDU. As the Classics Archaeology Department was being established around 1970, the university originates from 1966, there was both the will and the money to purchase a study collection. It so happened that a private Danish collector was willing to sell. He had bought antiquities stemming mainly from the area of Lapitos, a bit north of here, during the 1960s through a dealer in Nicosia. When our archaeologist colleague Jane, on the left there, showed us the collection, she also explained how she, through many years, had been trying to get financial support from various funds in order to display the entire collection properly on the university premises. And this was, of course, very expensive, because you need a real architecture of those vitrines and security and so on. In the meantime, since some of you heard her, she has succeeded, and the exhibition opened on Friday. I wasn't there because I was already here, but this is breaking news, and this is our fashionable dean cutting the ribbon here. So this was not due to NetMAR, but still good news for another Cyprus connection for us. At another point, yes, let me just show this one. So this is how it's going to look now at the university premises. This is from from one of the visits. Here we are in Ringsted, at one of the important medieval churches. But we also dragged some of you visitors from Cyprus and from Bamberg to this place. And what is there to see here? Well, nothing really. But another archaeologist colleague from the Odense Museum told us a long story of what was hiding underneath the street and those grassy knolls, namely a Viking stronghold, and in fact, the very beginning of the town of Odense from the late 10th century, more precisely the decade 970 to 80. More fantastically, he also told us that they had put a lot of work into an application for raising this place to a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Not alone, admittedly, but together with 4 other similar Danish sites, at some of which you can actually see something, like this one and this one. So these are these, there are 4, 5 or 6 actually of these strongholds built in one decade, and it coincides with what we believe is the first rule of the first king who in a way united what you can call Denmark in some sense. So they made this application to be a UNESCO site. Much to my surprise, and certainly also to yours, this is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yes, so just a couple of months ago, the local media exploded with the happy news that Odense had gotten a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And these fortifications probably, they point, as I said, to the first military domination of most of the Danish lands by Harald Bluetooth, the one who in a runic inscription also claimed to have converted the Danes to Christianity. The palms of this UNESCO triumph must go to the hardworking Danish archaeologists, but we in NetMAR, we were there before it became a reality. And maybe there's a lesson for those of us who are dealing with the more intangible heritage, such as rituals. Tangible heritage, such as strongholds, can make it big, even if they are invisible. The impact of NetMAR on our research environment in SDU has been felt in different ways. The whole practical and administrative experience of being awarded a twinning grant is something that we will carry forward in our organization. That it has been a fruitful one comes very much down to the excellent leadership of Stavrula and her right hand, Pavlos. I hope he's there, yes. On my side, I want to extend a very warm thanks to Maiken, who's there, and to Chiara, both handling all these administrative matters with very safe hands and a great spirit. And furthermore, a special thanks to Chiara, it has been mentioned before today, for her key role in transferring our open access journal knowledge so smoothly and efficiently to the Cyprus team, who set up then this journal Eventum that we heard about earlier. And working alongside the Cyprus team with this new project has also been quite helpful for our own journal interfaces. Another impact has been our engagement with Niels Holger, originally from the University of Copenhagen. And I was very happy when he accepted to be part of the SDU team from the beginning, as it gave me a guarantee that we would have something substantial to contribute with in terms of medieval rituals. Niels Holger had his own big center in the Zeros about medieval rituals and how they play into the early modern arts, as we have also heard about. So this whole process made me more aware of his impressive scholarship and in this area. And he has been such a bonus for everyone in the NetMAR conference panels, reading groups, and more. And so it's very fitting that he figures as one of the first authors in the Eventum also. And finally, I would like to thank everyone in the SDU team, and also Rosa and Niels Holger in particular, for helping me to reflect on the local heritage in Odense and in Denmark, and how to present it for our German and Cypriotic guests. This was a surprising side effect of such a European project, to see what is right in front of you in a new light. And finally, I want to congratulate Stavrula and her whole team here in Cyprus. I have been very impressed about how everything, including some quite heavy admin work, has been handled both in good spirits and with high professionalism, all with the higher aim of integrating the resources from our respective 3 dots on the European map. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Professor Mortensen. As you may have heard, our esteemed colleague, Professor Emerita Ingrid Benevitz, former director of the Center for Medieval Studies and chair of Medieval German Philology at the University of Bamberg, is not here with us today. Blame the snowstorm. But I believe our partner, Michaela Pöltl, will go through her presentation entitled Implementing Work Package 3, NetMAR Activities and Their Impact on the University of Bamberg.
Can you all hear me? Yes. Good. So then I start my presentation. I have some backlash with the tone. We hear you fine. Yeah, but I hear myself, which is very irritating, I have to say. Maybe I cut myself off here. Yes. Can you still hear me? Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay, good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. In Germany, there occurs the strange phenomenon that every year in November or December, winter descends upon us with heavy snowfall, and every year it is as if it's happening for the first time. In any case, public transport in southern Germany has come to an almost complete standstill since Saturday. So Professor Benevitz is at the moment stuck somewhere in a train between Regensburg and Salzburg, which results in you having to make do with me in her place. For all of you who don't know me, my name is Michaela Pöltl, and I have been NetMAR's scientific project manager at the University of Bamberg and the Bamberg Center for Medieval Studies for the last 2.5 years. And it is my pleasure today to give you a short insight into the NetMAR activities and their impacts at the University of Bamberg based on the measures taken through implementing work package 3 of the project. This work package focused on the networking and training activities of NetMAR that we, the advanced partners from University of Bamberg, were responsible for. But before we take a closer look on that, please let me shortly introduce you to the CEMAS, the Bamberg Center for Medieval Studies. The center exists since 1998 as a collaboration of 4 faculties of the University of Bamberg and uses the existing infrastructure of the university. At the moment, 61 researchers from about 34 medieval disciplines are working together on the interdisciplinary coordination and organization of the activities related to the Middle Ages in research, teaching, and further education. In April 2002, the center was acknowledged as a central scientific institution of the University of Bamberg by the Bavarian Ministry for Science, Research, and Art. Furthermore, over the years, the center has established its own study program. Since winter semester 2003-04, the Center for Medieval Studies offers a BA and MA program called Interdisciplinary Medieval Studies. Building on this, in the summer of 2012, the Bamberg Graduate School for Medieval Studies was established, following founding of the successful bachelor's and master's degree program. The training of early career researchers could be continued this way under the institutional umbrella of the Bamberg Center for Medieval Studies as a part of a structured doctoral program. Yes, on this slide, you find an overview on the disciplines currently involved in the center. As you can see, there's a high variety of philologies involved, but also archaeology, theology, history, philosophy, art history, and heritage sciences. Another strength of the center is its global partner network, spanning from Germany to the Americas to South Korea, France, Italy, Spain, Belgium, and back. To conclude these aspects of the Bamberg Center for Medieval Studies, its decades-long experience in training students and ESRs and its global network made it an ideal advanced partner in regards to NetMAR's networking and training activities. As lead beneficiary of Work Package 3, the Bamberg partners focused especially on networking by aiming towards filling the networking gaps of UCY in the field of medieval studies and on training and skill acquisition of young researchers based in the 3 partner universities and of interested stakeholders. The objectives of Work Package 3 were the networking with interested stakeholders, the recruitment of highly qualified ESRs, who you had the pleasure to meet today, the support of mobility for our personnel, the provision of excellent training to all personnel, the promotion of training collaboration with industry, and the preparation of high qualified training material. Let's now have a look how UNIBA and NetMAR as a whole fared in implementing these goals. In total, NetMAR was able to engage 12 PhD candidates with a background in art history, archaeology, and different philologies from the universities of Cyprus, Odense, Bamberg, and Santiago de Compostela. To bring all the ESRs together, to connect them with each other, and to learn about their different projects, UNIBA organized a hybrid conference in Bamberg in fall 2021. All the ESRs had the opportunity to present their PhD projects in an interdisciplinary setting and to get the feedback of a huge group of esteemed scholars coming from all over Europe. On this slide, you can have a short glimpse on the program of the conference and the high variety of interesting projects the young scholars were working on at the time, ranging from the history of emotions to church architecture to funerary sculptures to Byzantine gender studies. Another huge highlight of the training activities implemented by the UNIBA team was the NetMAR Summer School. The school focused on teaching the Middle Ages, arts, rituals, education, and took place in the last week of July 2022. We received over 40 applications by ESRs from all over the world and were able to accept 22 participants, including the NetMAR ESRs, stemming from Germany, Austria, the US, Canada, Georgia, Italy, Greece, France, the UK, Spain, the Ivory Coast, Cyprus, and Belgium. In 12 lectures, 2 workshops, 3 field trips, and 1 reading group, the participants were invited to take a look on medieval arts and rituals through the prism of education. The ESRs attending the summer school interrogated the proliferation and function of rituals in the context of education and knowledge transfer in the medieval period and beyond, in thinking about overlaps between arts, rituals, and education, the NetMAR Summer School pursued a decidedly interdisciplinary approach. Through the lectures, seminars, workshops, excursions, participants came into contact with a wealth of historical sources and delved into the fascinating ways in which ritualized knowledge transfer has been depicted in medieval arts and texts. At the same time, the summer school provided participants with the opportunity to reflect on their own teaching activities, as the teaching of the Middle Ages have a role in almost every career of doctoral students, be it in schools or universities, museums, tourism industry, or via different social media formats. Participants were exposed to best practice, inspiring them with new and creative approaches to teaching. The next highlight was an international conference. As you all know, medieval ritual research is until today mainly focused on the role of rituals in the context of religion and power relation. But it seems obvious that in the patriarchally organized and male-dominated society of the Middle Ages, rituals also played a significant role in the staging and performance of gender roles. Wanting to start the conversation on the interdependency of ritualization and the social category of gender in the Middle Ages, the UNIBA team decided to organize an international conference on the rituals of gender staging and performance in the Middle Ages. The hybrid conference took place in May this year and hosted 24 speakers from Germany, Austria, the US, Canada, Cyprus, the Ivory Coast, Denmark, Italy, the UK, Spain, and Turkey. Also, 3 NetMAR ESRs took up on the opportunity to present papers and to connect with an international and interdisciplinary group of researchers. On the slide, you can take a look at the program and the interdisciplinary papers, which highly evidence that ritual and gender offer valuable ways to study power and systems of social relations in the Middle Ages. Another training and networking activity that did not take place in Bamberg, but was initiated and organized by the UNIBA team, were 3 ESR sessions at the International Medieval Conference in Leeds. 10 ESRs took the opportunity to present papers in Leeds in 2022 and 2023. The topics ranging from gender boundaries, correlations of mobility and identity to the rituals and spaces of medieval punishment. The UNIBA team also hosted 4 meetings of the NetMAR online reading group in the fall-winter term of 2022-23 and organized a webinar on how to become a sciencepreneur in 2022, introducing the NetMAR ESRs to this alternative career path. Furthermore, the University of Bamberg organized a bunch of lectures and workshops on NetMAR-related topics, featuring internationally renowned scholars like Bernd Schneidmüller or Sophia Lambert. The UNIBA team was responsible for running the NetMAR blog, which has been published regularly once a month since May 2021. The idea behind the blog was that NetMAR members and affiliates share their insights, original research, ideas, and opinions concerning medieval arts and rituals with the interested public. With 32 blog contributions published until today, the blog provided platform for a total of 30 researchers, including 14 ESRs, 5 of them from NetMAR. And we are very proud that over 70% of the contributors were female. Yes, the latest blog post, which went online just a few days ago, for example, dealt with the Bamberg Stations of the Cross, parts of which have been preserved since the late Middle Ages. If we at last reflect on the impact of the NetMAR project on the University of Bamberg, it is safe to say that the acquisition and implementation of the project is one of the most important successes and milestones in the history of the Center for Medieval Studies. As is so often the case, it is difficult to make this impact tangible and present in figures or data. The following points, however, are hopefully able to reveal the extent to which the project has had a positive effect on the work of the CEMAS and the university. A part of the training and promotion of 5 ESRs from Bamberg, NetMAR made it possible to re-establish the Erasmus exchange program between the University of Bamberg and the UCY. Through NetMAR activities, CEMAS was able to establish contact with the Tucher Foundation in Nuremberg and acquired new ESR and corresponding members. NetMAR also strengthened the humanities in Bamberg and allowed us to acquire a new position in medieval studies within the framework of the high-tech agenda Bayern in spring 2021. And we are very hopeful that NetMAR will continue to set the tone for innovative research at CEMAS in the future as a new joint project application, which has been submitted as part of another EU funding program, gives cause for this hope. Please allow me to close this presentation with a short personal remark written by Ingrid Benewitz. Apart from sending her kind regards to Cyprus and expressing her great regret at not being able to attend the conference with you all, she asked me to read to you the following words of reflection on the NetMAR project, which she considers as an important milestone in her academic career. I quote, "When looking back on the last 3 years, there's only one regrettable aspect that I must mention, which is that we had to start the project in the middle of the difficult and uncertain times of the pandemic and its subsequent forced personal and scientific isolation. This was a serious challenge for a project that centered so much around the development of international networks and research communication strategies. Unfortunately, it was not possible to postpone the start of NetMAR by a few months that I would have very much liked to have at our disposal right now under the post-pandemic conditions to further develop the international networks of our PhD students, for example. Having said that, I have to emphasize what a blessing NetMAR was and is when it comes to academic cooperation, and on all levels at that. With the 3 locations in Cyprus, Denmark, and Germany, we not only had the chance to explore the 2,500 kilometers of the entire north-south axis of the European Union, but also to bring 3 academic cultures with all the specificities and peculiarities into a fruitful dialogue. Moreover, we were able to share this experience with early career researchers deriving from 2 continents and 7 nationalities, and were able to let them participate in lively scholarly exchange at the highest level. For my colleagues from the Center for Medieval Studies at the University of Bamberg, as well as myself, it was a special privilege to be able to contribute to the success of the project by introducing those exact structures of academic networking and extra and intra-university organization that we have long successfully developed and practiced at our center. NetMAR, in return, contributed significantly to our international visibility, for which we are extremely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. And our thanks goes, of course, to Professor Benevit, who tried to be with us in every possible way. I will now leave you to the very capable hands of our NetMAR director, Dr. Constantinou, who will introduce our keynote speakers.
Being fully aligned with the European Cultural Heritage Strategy for the 21st century, which aims to redefine the place of European cultural heritage and its role in improving the environment and quality of life in the EU, NetMAR has, through its activities, significantly promoted our common cultural heritage of medieval arts and rituals. The project has contributed to the protection and promotion of cultural assets, both tangible and intangible. It has generated public impact and involvement and bolstered public identification with a heritage that should be appreciated and shared. NetMAR's commitment to the promotion and preservation of European cultural heritage is actively demonstrated also within the framework of today's conference. Two specialists have been invited to present their valuable work in different aspects of Europe's cultural heritage and to suggest perspectives for a sustainable future. It is now my pleasure to present our first keynote speaker, Dr. Bettina Wagner, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today in person, but we can hear shortly on the screen. She is the director of the State Library of Bamberg, one of Germany's most important libraries due to the quality and quantity of its holdings. A specialist in medieval manuscripts and early printed books, Dr. Wagner has a long career at various international institutions. From 1992 to 1996, she was a member of the team cataloging the early printings of the Bodleian Library at the University of Oxford. For the following 18 years, she worked at the Bavarian State Library in Munich, overseeing a large range of projects on cataloging manuscripts and early printings, as well as numerous exhibitions related to various aspects of book history. As director of the State Library Bamberg, she's expanding the library's research activities in cataloging projects for medieval manuscripts, early printings, and drawings, while strengthening the visibility of the online collections through digitization programs, exhibitions, and lectures aimed at both regional, national, and international audiences. Dr. Wagner's title is Bamberg's Documentary Heritage, an Imperial Gift. So, Dr. Wagner.
We can't hear you, Dr. Wagner. Dr. Wagner, can you please talk to try once more? Can you hear us? Okay, we still can't hear you. Sorry. Please keep trying talking to us. There is nothing we can do. Yeah, we shall move forward, and until Dr. Wagner, we will move forward and we'll come back to you, okay?
I'm so sorry for this. So, okay, technicalities, I mean, what can you do? I will then introduce our second keynote speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce Patricia Albert, who is the Managing Director of State Palaces and Gardens Baden-Württemberg in Germany. Albert has in the previous years worked for the UN Cultural Organization, UNESCO, first in the Asia Pacific Office in Bangkok and at the World Heritage Center in Paris. Between 2013 and 2023, she has been the director of the World Heritage Center in Bamberg. There, she worked for the protection, mediation, and strategic development of the UNESCO World Heritage Old Town of Bamberg. As the head of the State Palaces and Gardens Baden-Württemberg, Mrs. Albert oversees the strategic development of tourism, the strategic development and tourist marketing of 63 monuments. Sorry. She also chairs the International Association of World Heritage Professionals and serves as an expert member to the International Committee on Historic Cities, Towns and Villages. Her title for this evening is Preserving the Past, Cultivating the Future, Sustainable Management of Palaces and Gardens in Baden-Württemberg.
Dear Professor Cariolemo, dear Stravula, thank you very much for having me here in Nicosia. It's my second time. Last time I stood here, I was still the World Heritage Manager of Bamberg. And Lars, your slides were salt in my homesickness wound for Bamberg. Now I've moved to Baden-Württemberg, and here you see some of the 63 castles, palaces, gardens, chapels, parks that I'm in charge of now. So congratulations on the completion of NetMAR. Maybe in that selection there are objects that can serve as an inspiration for the next EU project. I'm very ready to collaborate. The connection of Bamberg is at least there with one of the sites, which is the UNESCO World Heritage Site, Maulbronn Monastery, because both Bamberg and Maulbronn celebrate their 30th World Heritage anniversary this year, so time to celebrate. And I'm sure we have some international events next year, which I'll keep you informed in case you want to join some discussions on the preservation of World Heritage. So, the topic I have brought today, preserving the past, cultivating the future. As a practitioner, I will not go into the research level, but really give some inputs on what keeps us busy at the moment, what crises we're confronted with, but also what solutions we have to tackle the future as an organization that deals with cultural heritage. Because as you might experience as well, it's not easy, and we A, have to keep people fascinated with their cultural heritage, and B, we have to be prepared for all the circumstances that we are facing at the moment. So I'll talk about the challenges, about what those challenges mean concretely for our sites, and I will elaborate what sustainable approaches we have come up with to guide our sites into a safe future. The challenges are rather many. We have climate change, we face increasing vandalism, digitalization as something that is not problematic but needs extra attention and resources in time and money. We face an increasing regulation which can be frustrating at times because it prevents you from doing the real work. You have to look in all those rules and laws. Thefts are an issue, scarcity of resources, as well as the social and demographic change that we are undergoing. Climate change does, of course, in the first line affect our gardens. The increasing temperatures mean drought damages, more and more pests, but also changing flora and fauna and falling groundwater levels. That means we're struggling to keep the trees, but also the flower beds green with the current condition. Means we have to spend more money and to hire more people to counteract. The extreme weather events cause trees to fall down, cause branches to drop. That means we have to control regularly and also to block some areas not to cause possible injuries to our guests and to our employees. The same counts for the interior. We can see that wooden surfaces suffer from the drought. They get cracks, or leather tapestry. Those are some of the damages that can be observed. And in some of the monuments, we have rooms during summer that get so warm that you actually cannot have people working in there according to European law, leave alone the guests, who also feel pretty sweaty when they have those unair-conditioned rooms of historic buildings in some of the areas. Something that makes us very sad and angry is the vandalism that we observe. We have a top 10 of sites with the highest vandalism. You can see here on the left-hand side, Rastatt Castle, and on the right-hand side, a pavilion of Bad Mergentheim Castle, which are the leaders of this top 10. And what we observed also was incidents where youth kill ducklings in the gardens. So there's basically no respect in some spaces for built heritage, but even for animals, which makes us look for solutions, because especially if we have areas that are not fenced, that have no barrier around it, it's difficult to counteract, or it's not difficult, but it's very costly if you send around a safety service during night to make sure nothing happens. Digitalization affects the monuments on many levels, internally by moving away from paper, going to a paperless office, requiring employees to learn new skills and to be ready to change in their processes, in their way of working. But also on the outside, in our educational approaches, we have to involve interactive gaming stations in the exhibitions, apps, and also the marketing channels need to be adapted. Having an advertisement in a magazine is something that can be done, but that can't be our only way to reach out to people anymore. Liability is something that we have to keep in mind more and more. That means all the German laws and regulations when you want to organize an event, when you have special activities going on, those laws we have to consider. And if we organize ourselves something, that is still doable, though time-consuming. But if we have partners, maybe volunteers, maybe some associations who don't have the administration behind them to stem all those licenses and also legal knowledge, then many people turn away and say, sorry, we would have loved to organize this get-together in your rooms, in your castle, but given all those rules that we have to observe, we feel it's overwhelming. That's something that's not in our hands, but we have to find ways how to take off some of this bureaucratic burden, because in the end, it's rather frustrating. Then, the most spectacular part, you all remember the theft of the big maple-leafed golden coin from Bode Museum in 2017. Then in the Dresden Green Wall 2019, we had the jewel theft. The Manching Celtic Roman Museum lost their golden treasure in 2022. And you also followed the news concerning the British Museum, where it was internal staff that over the years took some of the objects there. If we have no light, of course, theft even gets easier, and lighting as well as heating are big issues with the energy crisis. We have from the government the regulations that we shouldn't turn on the lights at night unless safety is concerned. and we were asked to reduce the heating in the rooms. So those are some of the ways how numerous crises affect us. On the one hand, we have the money we have to spend for energy. On the other hand, we have income through tourism. What you can see here is the statistics of tourism in Baden-Württemberg, overnight stays from 2019 to summer 2023. You can see the lockdown dips, and most obviously the numbers have recovered, except for the yellow line. The yellow line is the foreign tourists, and they're still much lower than in 2019. That causes, of course, also financial issues for a state organization. Moreover, we need to overthink our target groups, because we have more and more foreign people not only visiting from abroad but also living in Germany, and our way to communicate, our way to present ourselves is still very, very German. At the same time, for weddings, we already noticed that, for example, in Ludwigsburg, we have plenty of Turkish couples who love getting married in the rooms for the nice backdrop, for the beautiful pictures. But we would also try to get them interested in the cultural offers we have besides the rental of rooms. Plus, the demographic development, the society is getting older and older, which as a consequence means they are less and less mobile. And of course, it's difficult to place elevators and other support structures in castles, but we have to find a way to make our offers more inclusive. Here you have a picture of Maulbronn Monastery, and that is actually the symbol for sustainability, because if a place sustains or remains intact over hundreds and hundreds of years, and not only that, but also is an anchor for the identity of the people living there, then that is as such already a symbol of sustainability, of something that is meant to last over many, many generations. I have also some examples how sustainability is not something that we fancily think of right now, but something that's really deeply anchored in our cultural heritage, the way of thinking, the way of acting, and the way how those buildings are structured as such. One example is Amelie of Hesse, the so-called Europe's mother-in-law, because her approach was not only to have many children, that was something common back then, but she was very strategic in how to create her network by marrying her children to the most influential partners in Europe, like Maximilian I of Bavaria, Tsar Alexander of Russia, King Gustav of Sweden, although that one was divorced after 15 years. You only see Karl, whom I put in gray, because that wedding she didn't support at all. Being not a fan of Napoleon, she of course didn't want her son to get married with the then adopted daughter of Napoleon, Stéphanie de Beauharnais. Sustainability also means that you plan ahead, that you protect the resources from external influences. A great example for that is Karl Theodor of the Palatinate, because he was very much into sciences, and not only founded an Academy of Sciences in Mannheim, but also made sure that his palaces would be protected from lightning by having the first invention of, how do you call those things? lightning rod, exactly. He was the first to put up lightning rods on his palaces to protect them from damages during thunderstorms. Sibylla Augusta of Baden-Baden was one who also not only recycled the few resources she had, because after the War of the Spanish Succession, her realm was not the best equipped, but she was very thrifty in combining resources, recycling even her dresses for the objects that she displayed in the church she built, or she gave the staff working for her double roles. She couldn't afford a big body of staff, but she therefore appointed people to be, I don't know, someone helping in the kitchen at the same time looking after her wardrobe or something. And with that, she recreated a rather impressive sphere of influence of hers. And the most impressive examples for sustainability, of course, were and are the monasteries, because they were organized in a way to be independent from the emperor. They had their gardens, they had their healthcare system, they had, especially the Cistercian monasteries, an excellent water system. They had water channels, they had their ponds where they bred fish, and that's something that is even today inspiring. You know, all the slow food development, you know, current trends to try to act sustainable. They've done it all. They came up with very good ideas that actually today are still useful. And that's something that we also try to communicate, to show that cultural heritage is not something dusty from the past, but it has messages, it has knowledge and wisdom ingrained that can help us today to deal with difficult circumstances. Also, the monastery in Salem was actually rebuilt by Abbot Emmanuel after a big fire in 1697, and his reconstruction was focused on fire protection, on a brilliant fire management system to make sure that this monastery would not burn down again. He rechanneled the stream in the vicinity to make sure it passes by right in front of the door. He had all kinds of equipment to extinguish a fire, and had very good ideas on how to protect his monastery in the future. So what do we do to make sure that our heritage is still something valid and important in the future? We communicate it as accessible to all. We also challenge we analyze the challenges that we are confronted with to develop suitable solutions, and we address social developments, for example, through social media, to reach out to new groups that we have to involve. I will not go into all the details because that will be too long, but of course our nurseries look into plants that are more climate resilient. We breed things or plants that are perfectly adapted to the local climate, to the local ground, and we replace the traditional lawn with more flowering meadows because they're better for biodiversity, they need less watering, and also they help us to save staff energy because of, they don't need to be mown all the time, which also helps us to save staff time. And what concerns the resources, we do not only save in terms of material, in terms of energy, but we also try to communicate that the kings and queens and dukes in the past, of course, they celebrated abundance. But as you all know, as historians, especially the Baroque era, also just claims to have things in abundance. A lot of it is making it look like it. So we also show in our guided tours how resources have been handled with care and how things have been recycled from the princess' dresses to the building material of the palaces. Then we built apps to also show building situations of the past with 3D versions of gardens, of palaces that partly have never been reconstructed, just to give a better idea of the different historical layers of those sites and to show the idea behind those design concepts. Finally, inclusion also refers to our website, to our channels. We have simple English, so simple German to be easily readable, but also guided tours for wheelchairs, for people with visual impairments or mobility impairments. That's something that we have developed to enable many people to enjoy and connect with their cultural heritage. And finally, we have to train our staff regularly to also make sure they understand what a more diverse society means concretely. For example, we want to avoid that our staff at the counter sends people away who want to have a family ticket but come with 2 mothers or 2 fathers, and then it happened in the past that they approach them like, sorry, you're not the family, or where's the husband? So those are things that need permanent training to really raise awareness also among staff for a modern picture of family, or how to make things possible in the most friendly way. Children is a big topic. Of course, it's the easiest to invite schools to have tours with all their children, but besides that, we come up with formats where children can celebrate their birthday in the castle and enjoy the place as something where they can also feel at home. Plus, and for that we also need the light. We celebrate our monuments as a source of identity by making them visible, by making them accessible, and by also starting collaborations that are more often than not out of the box, like yoga in our palaces, or like collaborations with institutions that help people who don't have enough to eat in their fridge at home. So we start those kinds of collaborations to access new target groups and also to make our monuments relevant today, because obviously we cannot address, as we might have done in the past, some very privileged, educated few, but have to show how we can offer solutions, but also inspiration in tough times like today. That was a very quick run through my new responsibility. Thank you for your attention, and I would be really happy to have a new collaboration going on.
something is working here.
They're muted.
Bless you. We'll try maybe to print out the paper and I can read it. That's the last plan we could. But it seems that they are working together with our administrator, trying to find a solution if it works. Otherwise, we'll wait for Pavlos to bring the paper. Did you?
Excuse us, everybody. Our last option is to print out her speech, and Stavroula will read it. But we need 2 minutes to go and print out the lecture. So.
But we have to tell them because they are still trying to.
We are in contact, and they know.
Okay, they know. But maybe Bettina could share her screen because I might have difficulties finding
Yeah, okay, that'd be fine.
Okay. I can maybe read from here.
Yeah, that's fine, instead of printing.
Ah, okay.
And then, but then,
I mean, if she can share her screen and just show the right slide.
yeah, we won't be able to do that because then the screens will split.
No, not this, just with the... Good. And now I need the paper. I'm so sorry, Dr. Wagner, for this. If you can hear me.
Παύλο, η Κάλλη εδώ.
Κάλλια.
Χαίρετε. Αν είχε το Zoom, αλλά μόλις μας έγραψαν ότι δεν το έχει, η κυρία Μπετίνα, διότι βρήκα ένα workaround να δουλέψει τώρα.
Αν μπορεί να δουλέψει με το Zoom δηλαδή.
Ναι, αν έχουμε το σύνδεσμο του Παύλου,
ναι,
να το κάνουμε μια δοκιμή.
Εντάξει. Παύλο.
Okay.
Επειδή είναι ο υπολογιστής του Παύλου, δεν ξέρω να το χειρίζομαι. Πρέπει να έρθει, πήγε να τυπώσει το paper. Τώρα να του φωνάξουμε. Άρα να βγούμε από το Teams και να μπει με το Zoom.
Έτσι πιστεύω, ναι.
Ναι. Εντάξει. Έρχεται.
Μπράβο. Τι μπορούμε και την ομιλία.
Like a manuscript.
Yeah, the printer ran out of paper too. Okay, so I had to change tray. It's not only the snow today. Okay, we are in. Okay, Dr. Wagner, can you hear us? And can you please start talking to check? If you would like a refreshment without breaking up the session until for a couple of minutes more, feel free to enjoy yourself outside. Galia, can you try talk to us? Δεν μπορούμε να ακούσουμε τίποτα. Μας ακούς καλή, αλλά εμείς δεν σε ακούμε καθόλου.
Νομίζω να κάνουμε share το... Έχουμε το presentation.
Ναι.
Εντάξει, έχει το χρωματισμένο όταν μπορώ να το διαβάσω.
Ωραία.
Και στείλε ένα μήνυμα ότι να το διαβάσω εγώ.
Ναι. Οκ. Λοιπόν. Γιώργο, πάμε live στα βρούλα. Άστο μου. Γιώργο, άστο.
Well, I will read the paper, and so bear with me. Apologies for that, and I feel really sorry for Dr. Wagner. So tonight, our topic is perspectives for a sustainable future of European heritage. Libraries such as the one which I'm representing, a library set up by the government of the Free State of Bavaria with the purpose of preserving the written heritage of previous generations, such as libraries, have always been key players in the area of sustainability. The books we have in our collections, be they written on parchment or paper, are there to be preserved forever. We do not discard items once they have entered our collections. These books preserve the memory of the past. They form the basis of our knowledge of ancient and medieval literature. This was as true 1,000 years ago when Emperor Henry II founded the bishopric of Bamberg as it is today. The emperor wanted to make sure that the knowledge of the long-declined Roman Empire was kept alive in Central Europe in an environment far removed from the high-level civilization attaining in pagan antiquity. Thanks to this ambition, we have inherited some of the very earliest manuscripts transmitting literature and knowledge from pagan antiquity to the Christian Middle Ages. Our knowledge of the past will be far more deficient without them, and we have to pass it on to future generations. Sustainability, thus, has been a key concept for libraries for centuries, and today it does not only involve striking a careful balance between the conflicting aims of preservation and access, but also raises issues concerning the future of the digital access systems we have been creating over the last 2 decades. Tonight, I want to give you first some background on the Staatsbibliothek Bamberg and show you some early medieval manuscripts which are key items for the transmission of knowledge. At the end of my talk, I want to show you how we make those manuscripts accessible today and, very importantly, the digital channels that we use in order to make the knowledge of previous generations of scholars and librarians accessible to readers today. This will inevitably raise the question of how sustainable those digital channels are, for as we all know, digital technologies are forever changing, and it is very hard to avoid losing data and information in the rapid succession of technological migrations. When Henry II founded the bishopric of Bamberg in 1007, he was king of the East Franconians as opposed to the West Franconians in present-day France. 7 years later, he became emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. In order to turn his new foundation, his favorite town of Bamberg, into a center for the propagation of the Christian faith, he needed well-educated clerics, and the clerics needed books to teach the young. Bamberg was a small outpost on the eastern edge of his territory, and while a royal castle had existed there for some time, there were no educational institutions to speak of. Henry II therefore founded not only the cathedral, but also a cathedral school associated with it. And the school, of course, needed books. Henry gathered them together from all over Europe. He obtained books from monasteries in Italy, France, and Germany, which had flourished since the age of Charlemagne, and many of which still had active scriptoria, which did not yet exist in Bamberg. Henry was a highly literate ruler himself. He knew how to read and write, and he understood Latin. He had been brought up in an environment with great affinity to learning. The ducal palace of his father Henry, okay, that was the previous slide, sorry, the Zanger, the quarrelsome, stood in Regensburg, a town with ancient roots and eminent religious institutions. The young Henry received an excellent education as a boy in his teens. He was sent to Freising and Hildesheim to be instructed at the cathedral schools. Unusually for a future king, Henry seems to have been destined for a career in the church. This image comes from a gospel book where he's shown handing a book to the Virgin Mary, a symbol for his close association with the church. But the young Henry did not pursue a clerical career. After his father's death, he became duke, and around the year 1000, he married Kunigunde from the family of the Counts of Luxembourg. 2 years later, his great cousin, Emperor Otto III, died at the age of only 21 during a campaign in Italy shortly before his marriage to a Byzantine princess. As Otto III had no children, Henry seized the opportunity to become Otto's successor, and from 1002 onwards, he ruled for 22 years. As his lasting memorial, Henry erected a cathedral in Bamberg in 1007, where he was buried after he died in 1024, nearly 1,000 years ago. However, as this building burned down in 1081 and 1185, the present cathedral dates from the time around 1200. Since the late 15th century, it houses the monumental tomb created by the Würzburg artist Tilman Riemenschneider. Directly opposite the cathedral, the Staatsbibliothek, yes, here, is located in a wing of the Baroque residence, the Bishop's Palace. The library was founded in 1803 after the secularization which ended the rule of the prince-bishops. Our historical holdings come mostly from monasteries in the region, and the most prominent of them from the cathedral library founded in 1007. Of the 1,000 medieval manuscripts which are in our collection today, about 165 existed already during Henry's lifetime. It is estimated that the total of books which Henry gave to Bamberg originally amounted to several hundred, maybe 400 to 500, which would have been a typical size of a substantial cathedral library. So about 1/3 of the original collection survives. The starting point for Henry's collection were books which he inherited from his predecessor, Otto II, who spent most of his adult years in Italy trying to appease the unruly Roman nobility and to install his own loyal associates there as popes. This is how we obtained one of the most important manuscripts of Livy. It dates from the late 5th century and was discovered in 1904 when a decayed late medieval binding was repaired. The fragments may not look spectacular, but they are extremely important textual witness. They contain parts of Livy's great work on the history of Rome since its foundation. The Bamberg fragments are one of the only two surviving witnesses of the 4th decade of Livy's huge work, which originated in late antiquity. We actually know how this manuscript crossed the Alps when it was still intact to end up in Germany. An inscription added, this is another thing. An inscription added to another very important manuscript from Carolingian times, which is now in Bamberg, the famous Lorch Pharmacopoeia, tells us that 2 manuscripts of Livy were kept in Piacenza in Italy, waiting to be collected by Emperor Otto III, Henry's predecessor, shortly before his premature death in January 1002. The inscription reads, and now my Latin is not very good. Isti sunt libri terci imperatoris Ottonis quos placendie invenit sibi servatos duos libros orosi. And there is some continuation, which I skip a little bit. This list is a very brief inventory of the library of an early medieval ruler. As an itinerant ruler, Otto III, of course, did not have a permanent reference library in a fixed building, but he may have had some sort of traveling library, as he was clearly interested in books. And in rather unusual books, too. Apart from Livy, classical authors like Perseus, early Christian writers like Isidore are mentioned, but also philosophy, Porphyrius, and books for more pragmatic purposes, such as a medical collection. 12 volumes in total, enough to fill a small bookshelf, if Otto had one. 5 years after Otto's death, these books were given by Henry II to the Cathedral School of the new bishopric. In Bamberg, a copy of the Livy fragments was made in the 11th century before they were cut up into pieces, and the second Livy manuscript mentioned in Otto's list also survives there, a 9th century copy probably written in France. So right at the beginning of Bamberg's existence as an intellectual center, we see that its founder regarded it as an important task of the local clergy to keep memory alive. This included the history of classical Rome, whose reign the Ottonian emperors wanted to restore, as encapsulated by the formula Renovatio Imperii Romanorum used by Otto II and demonstrated by his campaigns in Italy. For this purpose, knowledge of the pagan literary and philosophical tradition was almost as important as familiarity with the earliest Christian writers and church fathers. The clerics trained in Bamberg were not only supposed to staff an outpost of the Christian church and to convert pagans to Christianity, but also to train the future elite of the empire's administration. In the cathedral schools, students were familiarized with classical authors and theological key works, but they also acquired knowledge in practical subjects like medicine. Evidence for this comes from the very manuscript in which the notice about Otto's 12 books has come down to us. The Lorsch Pharmacopoeia is a medical miscellany which was written in circa 800 in the Benedict Abbey of Lorsch in the Rhineland. It was entered into the UNESCO Memory of the World Register in 2013. The miscellany contains about 500 medical recipes ascribed to classical authorities, the most famous doctors of antiquity like Hippocrates and Galen. The recipes are of very varying length. Some are just a couple of lines long, others more detailed, and they are arranged in 5 books, which seem to derive from different sources as they do not follow a uniform structure. These recipes are preceded by an introduction which discusses the legitimacy of using pagan medicine to cure Christians, as disease was regarded as God's punishment for sin, and a trial leading to the victim to penitence. The preface to the Lorsch Arzneibuch argues against this view. It pleads that it is an obligation of a Christian to show charity to his or her fellow beings, and thus of a doctor to do all he can to alleviate the suffering of others. Neither historiography as transmitted in the Livy manuscripts nor medicine as contained in the Lorsch Arzneibuch was part of the standard curriculum of most early medieval cathedral schools. Normally, their focus lay on the 7 liberal arts, reaching from elementary Latin grammar over dialectics to mathematics and music, and on this basis proceeding to theological instruction and the performance of liturgical rites. For his newly founded bishopric, Bamberg, Henry clearly wanted more, as Abbot Gerhard of Siena put it in his poem in praise of the king's achievements in Bamberg. Henry was eager to turn his new foundation into a city of books, where famous men spread the seed of the living word, making the town, as Gerhard says, even greater than Athens. For religious services in the cathedral and as symbols of the close relationship between the empire and the church, Otto III and Henry II commissioned books decorated to the highest level of contemporary artistic skills. They were produced in the best workshops available at the time. The most outstanding was in the Benedictine monastery of Reichenau in Lake Constance, which had been a center of learning and book production from the Carolingian period onwards. Today, we still have 6 Reichenau manuscripts in Bamberg. 2 of them are part of the UNESCO heritage. As those were also intended as physical memorials of the donors, they contain pictorial representations of the ruler, which guaranteed his permanent presence in the cathedral. Even though Henry II spent less time in Bamberg than in other towns, his image was always there as a symbol of his spiritual role. Several of the originally 9 Reichenau manuscripts, which Henry II gave to Bamberg, contain miniatures depicting a ruler surrounded by symbols of his spiritual and secular power. In this double-page image, the king is enthroned between 2 clergymen and 2 soldiers bearing lances, spears. On the opposite page, 4 women bring their gifts. Above the heads of the figures, faded inscriptions tell us who they represent. The women are the provinces Gallia, Germania, Italia, and Sclavania, the Slavs, while the king was originally labeled as Otto, but this was corrected or rather updated to read Henry. The portrait was, of course, not intended as a true rendition of the likeness of the person, but rather to show the attributes and qualities of the office. A powerful ruler who is supported both by the religious authorities and military forces, and under whose command the entire known world is subjugated. The sacred nature of the Ottonian kingship is expressed yet more strongly in a miniature placed in another Bamberg codex, the famous Apocalypse. This manuscript, the only existing illuminated copy of the Apocalypse from Ottonian times, does not only contain the revelation to John with a cycle of 50 illustrations, but also extracts from the Gospels for the main church feasts with images depicting the major events of the history of salvation from Christ's nativity to Pentecost. Between these 2 parts, this double-page miniature showing a ruler has been placed. Here the king is accompanied by 2 saints, Peter and Paul, the most important apostles who support his rule. Both of them bear books to show that the Holy Scripture is the basis of Christian kingship, and both touch the ruler's crown with their hand to show that this position depends on the support of the church. The miniature is placed in the center of the codex, immediately after the end of the Apocalypse, the last judgment and beginning of a new rule of Christ. And thus, the image of the king seems to introduce a new era, when the evil is overcome by the good, as depicted in the triumph of the virtues shown on the opposite page. The unusual scope of the Bamberg collection of Ottonian manuscripts becomes obvious when we briefly look at the most important subjects present. Of course, one has to take losses into account. Introductory school books were much more likely to be lost than voluminous Bibles or handbooks on canon law, but nevertheless, the proportions are still instructive. Of the surviving 165 codices, including 13 fragments, a quarter contain classical texts. In total, the group of codices with secular texts constitutes more than 1/3 of what survives from Henry's donation, 60 out of 165. This is a remarkably high proportion for a collection gathered in the early 11th century. We have 42 codices with works by classical authors, 3 fall into the category of medicine and science, and another 4 transmit works on philosophy and music. 6 manuscripts have been classified as historiography, 3 contain texts of civil law, another 13 manuscripts from various subjects survive only as fragments. The group of religious manuscripts is almost twice as large. 36 manuscripts belong to the group biblical manuscripts, which comprises not just full Bibles, but also individual books as well as commentaries. Another 36 contain texts by church fathers, 11 liturgical books survive, and 9 on canon law. In total, about half the surviving manuscripts contain religious texts. While those books were only accessible to a small elite in the Middle Ages, today all of them are available online on our website for free for everybody to admire and study. In the past 15 years, all surviving codices donated by Henry to Bamberg have been digitized. The presentation has just been modernized and is now based on the standard some IIF, which can accommodate many needs of scholars. Within the collection, it is possible to filter by various facets. The digital images are accompanied by a virtual table of contents and with a brief list of the iconographic themes of all miniatures. Even more information is available on our website. The highlights book, even a full translation of the text into modern German. Another enormous advantage of the Bamberg presentation are the links to descriptions in scholarly catalogs, which are listed at the end of the item description on the bottom left. Here, the detailed descriptions published in printed catalogs since the 19th century, including a special art historical catalog, are accessible in electronic form. And further down, you get links to our database of secondary literature, an online edition of the Latin Vulgate, and a former binding of the manuscript which is not in the Schatzkammer of the Munich residents. None of this is available yet in IIF yet. Another key issue of the two different presentation systems are two different permalinks for the digital images. Sorry. I won't get into more detail today, but I hope it has become clear that digital access systems are not always sustainable in the long term. They develop quickly and they get superseded and replaced. As librarians and users, we have to stay up to date with such developments, and sometimes we may look back at the pre-digital age with some nostalgia, as the medieval manuscripts from the Ottonian era have a much better record in terms of sustainability than our short-lived digital systems. So thank you, Dr. Wagner, and I'm sorry for this. I don't know, yes. I know that we are over time, but in case you have a question, maybe for Mrs. Albert, a quick question. If not, I would thank you again. Thank our partners, the University of Southern Denmark, the University of Bamberg, for allowing us realizing this project. Of course, the European Commission for funding this project, our early stage researchers, our colleagues, the team in Cyprus. I cannot name everyone now. You know everyone. We are so much thankful. Thank you all for being with us today and join us for a glass of wine and some food. Thank you.